Do you get eye goop? I get a lot of eye goop. It's like I wake up and my eyes feel like they've been leaking some kind of ectoplasm throughout the night. Ghost eyes. Ghost eyes! Spooking like Halloween. Ghost eyes! How can you scare the cat? I had a weird dream about a cat last night. I've been having some weird dreams lately. A cat had a bird in its mouth and I was following it. Oh my god, I had so many weird dreams. And there was also a girl I either worked with or I don't know, I was in school or college or I don't know. She was like a colleague or a friend or whatever. Oh, actually, I know who it started out as. Started out as this little blonde girl I used to work with. When I say little blonde girl, she was older than me, only by about a year, but she was like really short. And wow. My mind moves very quickly into the obscene. So we were like, I don't know if we're at work or we're in some sort of function like that. We're either at work or we're in like a class. It felt more like we were in some kind of class and somebody was like teaching us or training us something. And then she'd made a new friend and she was like sat on the floor in front of me and like I was sat on a chair like this. And I'm sat there and they're like, her and her friend are like giggling and being all like, oh, like, you know, they've got their own little secret going on. And I'm sat there, good morning, Canthia. This is my dream, by the way. In my dream, I'm sat there and all of a sudden I hear and feel like vibrations. And I'm watching them and they're like joking on with each other. And she's like, oh, God, no, that's a bit strong, that's a bit strong. Turn it down. And I'm like, there's no fucking way these two are playing around with vibrators, right? That's not what's happening here. There's no way that my colleague and her friend are playing with a vibrator in the middle of a fucking lecture, and it's so strong right now that I can feel it through the fucking sofa. I was like, there's no way that's happening. That's what looks like is happening, but there's no way that that's actually happening right now, right? Anyway, the next thing I know, it's not a vibrator. And she turns over and she starts like, ow, it hurts. And then I see, have you ever seen those muscle contraction machines that you can get that's supposed to give you like a workout or whatever? It's supposed to contract your muscles for you, for like lazy people like me who want to sit there and yeah. So she had one of those on her back and the friend was messing about with it. But then the friend like basically turned it up to full and like she eventually started like shaking and convulsing. And then the friend's like just ramping it up and like she looks like she's gonna die. And I'm like, turn it off, you fucking idiot. Like she's screaming like I've never heard screams before. And the smoke starts coming off her. Right, I'm not kidding you, like smoke actually starts coming off her and she's convulsing and shaking and I'm like, so I punch this fucking friend, right, even though she's a girl, punch this girl because she's almost killed my friend, right? But the weird thing is she turned into somebody else. A lot of my dreams go like this. She was no longer the girl I worked with, it was a blonde girl. She's for some reason a dark-haired girl now. And I'm on the floor and she's convulsing and I managed to get the machine to stop and now I'm like, oh shit, we need to call an ambulance or something because like even though the machine's off she's still like like doing this. So I'm like, I don't know, let's give it a minute. What can I do for her? And I'm like, shit, she could literally die right now. So I'm like panicking and then I sort of like just try and calm her down. I'm like, okay, it'll be okay, just try and calm down, get ready to call an ambulance, I think she might need an ambulance, right? And I'm just kind of trying to comfort her and calm her down and see if I can stop her from shaking. And I'm like, holy shit, I don't want her to die. And it takes a while, but eventually she stops shaking and convulsing, and then she just kind of wakes up and it's like nothing ever happened, and she just kind of goes, oh my god, my soul left my body there for a minute. And I'm like, yeah, I bet it did. Like my fucking soul left my body just watching it. Shortcut. Yeah, and all my dreams last night were like that. And at one point a cat had a bird. When I said cat there, I just remembered a dream about a cat. How did that go? They were so vivid as well, these dreams. So we see this we see this cat carrying a bird, or with a bird in its mouth or something. I don't think it was a cat though, but it turned into a cat. No, I'm sure it was a cat. It was a cat, and then it turned into something else, and then we managed to free the bird, and then when it turned back into a cat, I was petting the cat. It's so random, just random shit like that. It's so weird. Anyway, but then somebody was like telling me about like how they hunt and all this lot. It was like, oh, did you know that they don't inherit these bird killing skills? They all just figure it out on the fly. Every cat figures out how to kill these birds on the fly. They don't inherit any of these skills. This is because I've been playing fucking Horse Girls, and I'm there going, yeah, well, cats are quite smart, aren't they? So I guess that makes sense. So I guess cats just figure it out for themselves, and they don't rely on, like, you know, knowledge passed down onto them from generations. Just weird shit like that. These were all my dreams last night. So strange. Anyway, I think I'm insane. I think that's the only... I think I'm just insane. I've finally lost it. Maybe that's why I wake up more tired than I got to sleep, because my dreams are like some bombardment of, like... Do you ever watch one of those crazy, like, YouTube videos that's clearly for 10-year-olds or something, and it's like cut. It's just like the attention span of a flea, because it's just like one, like you don't get time to really absorb anything, because it's just one thing after another. It's like they don't wait more than 1 second before they make the next cut. Talk about being in Twilight Zone. Oh man, it was weird. And that's what it's been like all week for me. I remember the night before last I had similar dreams, where it's just really intense, really vivid, like crazy things, one thing after another, and things changing during the little sequence. Like it starts out so that the person I'm talking to is one person, and then by the end of the conversation there's somebody completely different, and you know, just weird stuff. Yeah, I don't know, it's just my brain in overload probably. Anyway, right, okay, so I want to talk about my custom animation system. So my custom animation system, and I'm explicitly talking about my Bone Control script. My Bone Control script. I can't remember what gave me the idea, but it was first introduced... I feel like I'm giving a fucking historical lecture here. Well, I kind of am. It was first introduced in the early days of the new Miku AI model, and I was thinking, I'm sick of these looping idle animations. I want to experiment with independent bone rotation movements, and that's when the first version of the script was developed. Sounded like a porn in the beginning, the massage machine dream. Oh, it was just bizarre. Did you check out the VTuber I recommended? No, I haven't had time. I honestly haven't had time. I've been working on this all night. So anyway, so there are two ways to do rotations in Unity. I think first I need to explain how the script works. So the script takes something called Euler angles, but ignore the fact that it says Euler, because I don't know what that fucking means. But just think of it as angles, right? So my script basically says, what's the maximum X rotation, right? And we take an input. What's the maximum Y rotation? And we take an input. And what's the maximum Z rotation? And we take an input. So in an example, I will say 1 degree in the X, 2 degrees in the Y, 3 degrees in the Z. Now, what that means in my infinite wisdom is it's not an angle on its own. It is an amount of difference from the original angle, and it can go in both positive and negative directions. So typically X is up, down, although all these directions are kind of relative if you think about it. But typically if you're looking at this character here, that would be up, down, that one would be left, right, and this one would be like tilt, left, right. Okay. what we do at the start of the script is we take the angles of the original angles, right? So we look at, and the reason why is because if I pose the character in a certain place, so let's say I want the head might not, this is why we don't use like hard set angles, we calculate the angle of difference. So let's say I wanted her to constantly look like this. I want my script to be able to take it a little bit more that way and a little bit more that way, but it's always still from the starting angle, right? So it's like, it's how much can it move from the original position. So we take the original position and we say, okay, we're going to generate random angles to a minimum of max x in the negative, right? So like that would be -1 all the way up to max x to +1. And we do the same for the other axes. This all worked fine until it didn't. Long story short, it took me a few iterations to get this thing to not drift. And the only way to get it to not drift, because there's two ways to rotate something in Unity. You can use something called, which is what most people do, rotate to, and then you use a rotation function of quaternion. This is the way you're supposed to do it. But a quaternion is similar to this, right? It's not a set of coordinates. It is an amount of rotation. And the problem in using my quaternion system is we do this on a loop, right? And so what tends to happen with the quaternions is they eventually drift outside of their intended bounds, and it becomes difficult to measure them against their intended bounds. So if you run it for long enough, and this is what happened with Miku, it all looked like it was working in the editor, and then I did a stream for 6 hours, and by the end of the 6-hour stream, my head's like that. And I'm like, well, why the fuck does she look like the Exorcist, right? And it's because of this drift thing that's happening with the quaternion. Anyway, I fixed the drift by forcing it to rotate to Euler angles. So that is the recommended way of doing it. The way I forced it to rotate was to set Euler's over lerps, which basically means we're hard setting the angles so we have full control of them, but we smooth out the animations and the settings, and we take full control over the angle settings on the thing. So this worked great, and this is what we've been using recently. It fixed the drift issue. So let's say here causes drift. And fixed drift. It fixed the drift issue, and everything was working great until last night. So last night I wanted to expand this animation system because it's nice to add natural motion to a starting pose, but I want my character to be able to do different poses. What I'm doing, because this is what I do sometimes, because I'm a little bit burnt out on the game. The reason I've changed my AI is it's a way to trick myself into working on my game without really working on my game. Because this animation system, I will end up using it in the game. So it's like, okay, I want a new animation system. I want to be able to do these things in the game. I fancy a change on my AI anyway. Let's put 2 and 2 together. So that way it's like low stakes. It's like low stakes in this to develop the new animation system. And then once it's working, and we get plenty of chances to test it because I stream every day. And then once I'm happy that it's good and working, then I just take that system and I put it in my game and I know it's good. So it's kind of like a break from my game, but also we'll end up using this in the game. So I'm really just still working on my game, but it doesn't feel like I am. So what I did, oh boy, this is where it gets really crazy. So each Unity character has a skeleton. with bones. And a bone is essentially, think of it as a handle which moves a body part in its most basic. They do a bit more than that, but at its most basic, it's kind of like a handle which moves a body part, like a knee or an elbow or a hand or whatever the fuck, right? And because the bones are attached to other bones, if you move the hand, then the arm has to go with it, you know, and stuff like that. If you move the head, then the neck and the body are coming with it, etc., etc. So we do animation through bones. And this system sits on some bones, but not other bones. So this we're going to call my procedural system, because that's actually what it is. So this is my procedural system, and it sits on some bones, but not all bones. Okay. When you play a Unity animation, such as setting a pose, the animation contains a map of all bones and plays motion on bones, right? At its most basic. Now what it does is it overrides my procedural system, because the animator gets priority over any script that I've written, right? Because it's just built that way. And what I've noticed over my years of doing this is, if as soon as you add a bone to an animation controller, whether you are animating that bone or not, that bone becomes locked by the animation system. So let's break this down in plain English. So let's say I have a pose where the head is turned to the left, look left, let's say, and I want to play the look left pose on my character, but this is what I wanted last night. So I wanted to be able to pose the character to the left by playing an animation of it, but then she still has those degrees of rotation so that she still looks like she's breathing and moving and alive. So what was happening last night is, the first problem I came across is these angle limits are set to when the code runs. So I needed a way, this is where things get really deep. So I needed a way to update this, right? We needed to update original angles, because what was happening is the pose, there's so many things to talk about. Anyway, long story short, the first thing I had to fix was the locking of the bones. How do I regain control with the procedural system? Turns out if you disable the animator right after the transition, and we can detect when the transition has ended, we can release the bones and then we get control of the bones again. So that was the first problem fixed. Yay. So then I had control of my bones, and I realized that what was happening is we were transitioning, and in mid-transition to the pose, my procedural system was dragging the bones right back to their original pose. So I sat and tested and thought about it, and I realized, yeah, it would do, because it's trying to put the bones within their angle limits based off of original angles. So the next step was to update original angles so that each time the pose is changed, we remeasure these original angles, and now we have a 1 degree of rotation here, 2 degrees here, and 3 degrees here from the new pose. So that all seemed to work okay for a bit. But yeah, this is where things get weird. So let me show you that one actually, because I'm still trying to fix an issue that we're having. Okay, so where's my bone motion? This one is the GPT version. I have several versions of this, and each one has a problem, and we're trying to find the perfect solution. Right, so this is like the one that I worked with ChatGPT. So I'm just going to call it the ChatGPT version. But we reached a dead end with that. This, don't even ask, there was a million ChatGPT versions, to be honest, but this is the best ChatGPT version that causes the least amount of errors. Okay, so that's the ChatGPT version. I also have a Claude version, which is this one. And I also have the version I'm going to dig up now, which was my original version. Actually, it won't even be there. I need to get it off an old backup. This one should be fine. So I actually just want to go and revert back to this version right now. Okay, so this was my original Miku version before I started fucking with it all last night. And I actually want to see what this version does now. Because sometimes what happens is you find a bug and you fix it. Long story short, here's what happened, right? The stacked rotations, and I have no idea why. GPT tried to explain it to me, but I still don't really understand it. But we had a couple of issues at the same time, and one of the issues was that over time my character was rotating. The entire character was just kind of rotating left, and I couldn't really understand why. And when I mentioned it to GPT said it was some kind of gimbal effect. It was some infamous gimbal effect. And the reason why is because I wasn't using rotations, quaternion rotations. Now straight away I smelt a rat and I thought, oh my god. Yeah, there's a reason why I'm not using quaternions, because quaternions are a pain in the ass. So these cause, I guess... Right, I guess the drift that occurs with quaternions could be described as individual bone drift, meaning bones are allowed to go beyond their intended axis of rotation. The set EULAs over time seem to cause a different kind of drift. This caused a gimbal rotation over time. The system needs to be solid because I'm probably going to use it going forward for every other project. That was my attempt at fixing the drift issue, but that will not do. That will not do. Because I could... See, I can cheat as well, right? This is the other thing you've got to be careful not to do. The drift was so bad right before I went to bed last night that I kind of just thought, okay, what if we do a hard reset on the angles? And this was how I first tried to fix the Miku problem. Because I can cheat, because my AI appears and disappears a lot, right? So each time my AI disappears, I could just force a reset on those angles to make sure that all the rotations go back to their original rotations, and then any drift that occurs is limited because she doesn't have a chance to drift too far, right? But no, that's not really a fix. It's a patch, and it's not even a good patch. Like, we haven't addressed the problem. We haven't fixed the problem. Sure, it might work for my AI because she's hidden a lot, but what about when I want to use it in a game? What about when I want to use it in iDLE? What about when I want to use it somewhere else? Like, I need to fix this properly. So this just isn't a good enough fix. I can't accept it. We can't do hard resetting of the angles. I disallow it. I disallow it. I want to fix the actual problem. That's just like putting a plaster on a severed head. It does nothing. Right, the problem we've got now is wanting to use the original way of doing Euler angles. We're now missing a function that paused the motion, and the reason we need to pause the motion is because if we don't pause the motion, we need to do two things. If we go to the bone motion code, let's call it base angles. Okay, so let's go through each thing systematically. So initial angles in the original script was used to record the initial angles that whatever bone was set to on start, so that we could cap our rotations within the vector 3 of angle limits. It works great, but it's tricky to update. So we calculate a rotation based off of initial angles. We need to change this to base angles, or new base angles, base angles. We also need a public function that we can call called recent angles. Okay, that's the structure that I want. Fucking caps lock. Okay. Update base angle, and all update base angle is going to do is it's going to set base angles equals transform local Euler angles. So we basically set a new starting position for the angle limits to operate within. Okay. Then if we go back to auto agent, we want to pause and resume the motion. And the reason we want to do that is if we don't, then our rotation keeps running and pulls the bones back down to their previous pause position. So our script needs a public bool of paused, which wants to start on false. And then here we can say if paused return. Except actually I don't want to do it that way, because then it's difficult for me to see if we can get down here or not. if not paused, we only calculate a new rotation and we only do the Born mathematical rotations whilst the system is allowed to be in play mode. So now we need a public void of pause motion where we set pause to true and a public void of resume motion and resume motion wants to say paused equals false, but also wants to recalculate a new rotation. Actually, let's do the calculate. It shouldn't matter. It'll happen on the same frame anyway, but just because logically we should calculate the new rotations first before we resume. Right, the name reset angles does not exist in the current context. Where is reset angles coming from now? Reset angles is coming on with, yeah, that was an attempt at a brute force fix. Okay, let's see what the results are. Where's my 10-second? Okay. Canvas is off. Also, this wasn't working at all. Well, I wouldn't say at all, but it wasn't working properly. And I want to change these animations anywhere. So I'm just going to delete the animations out of them. Okay, and then there's one less thing that can interfere with our testing as well. Okay. Also, I don't know why. What the fuck? Oh, I know why. I do know why that happened. Okay, the reason that happened is because we changed the starting position to be based off of like new base rotation, but we never update new base rotation at the start. So in the way that we update initial angles, we also need to update base rotation on the start. Otherwise, those angles will read 0, 0, 0. So base angles also equals transform local Euler angles. That's what caused that. Alright, let's see it again. Yeah, we still have interference between the animator and Born motion. She's not able to complete, and we're jumping. Yeah, they're interfering with each other still. However, if I can fix that interference, also I think we might be getting the rotation, the gimbal effect again. I don't know, because a lot of these poses she is kind of leaning left in. She seems to have straightened up now. Actually, I know what the problem is. We do calc rotations when we resume motion, but we also need to update base angles. There should be a private void. I mean, we don't really need a function for it either, really. We could just do it like that. It's only one line of code. So now we can just call resume motion. Why would we have update motion base? We only need to do that on pause and resume though, right? Update motion base was resume. I think that's too confusing. We'll just call resume, but we'll call it resume born motions. That's way too confusing sounding. And then all we're doing is resuming motion on each born. And when we resume the born, when the born is told to resume and reactivate itself, we update the angles then, because we know that the pause transition has ended. Okay. This is very close to being perfect. That's so much better. She completed her pause transition. Her procedural born rotations are still active, yet much smoother than it was before. There's still that shouldn't have happened. There's still something causing some jerks here and there. What is that? What is causing the jerks? If we can, I think this is the solution though. If we can fix the jerks, right? Something is causing jerky motion. Now it could just be I think the issue is that what happens is the animator cannot transition from our born motion, because Unity's animator can only transition from a set of mapped borns that's already in its animator system to another set of map borns that's already in its animation system. So what the Unity animator will do is it will hard set the borns to those coordinates on the first frame. So I think what's causing the jerkiness is our head is allowed to rotate procedurally left and right and wherever, right? So as the head ends up in a new position due to the procedural system, the animator then kicks in and says, oh no you don't, and it puts it's told to transition from old pause into new pause. Now old pause has drifted because of our procedural system, because our procedural system's entire purpose is to cause drift, right, to add life to otherwise static pauses. So what happens is we suddenly, the animator causes a teleport effect when it reinstates the old pose before we go into a new pose. So the way to fix that is we need to interfere with the order of calls that are made. So basically we randomly roll a pose, and then we play a pose, and then the animator transitions from the old pose into the new pose. What we need to do is we need a step in here that transitions bone motion back to base pose for current pose. Because if we do that, then when the animator kicks in on play pose and we play old pose, the bones are lined up with where they're supposed to be. So we need to intervene with the animation system and reset back to into that original pose. So I'm going to create a function hang on a minute, because we have an unknown number of bones that are all running this script, and we need to make sure that all bones, well, what I need is a transition system that transitions within a specific amount of time or a specific number of frames. Time delta would be better. So the system needs, we need a function that transitions from current rotations to base rotations within time times delta time. And it needs to be a public function. So I'm going to call it return to base. It can't be a void. So what we need is we need a private bool. Oh shit, I'm in auto agent on the wrong frickin' script. Return to base. So we need to create a new rotation. So it wants to be similar to calc rotation, except that we are we don't need to look at range. We simply set our new angles is just base angles. So instead of 2 angle new angles, we can just say 2 angle base angles. Speed cannot be randomized. And we can't use the curve multiplier. This specific, so we set rotate to true. And we want to set we need a private bool of returning we set returning to true here, and then in update we need to nest this out now. So we have a returning rotation and a non-returning rotation. So our nesting wants to occur here. If not returning, we do our normal function, else we do a special function that returns to the base pause. So there's our not returning. And our returning we still want this. We still need to calculate the rotation progress. Well, no, because that's using a speed multiplier. Okay, I'm gonna ask GPT for help because I suck at rotations. Right, I'm going to show it this just so it can see kind of where I need to start from. I need to start from being able to read a completion time in seconds. That way we can yield return that number of seconds after calling reset on all of the bones, and then we can play the animation and we should get a smooth result in theory. In theory. Okay, I'm going to go back and make a new check because this thing went on for a while last night and I think it's probably starting to hallucinate. Okay, let's see. To guarantee the procedural rotation completes within a fixed completion time, regardless of speed or curve multiplier, you should base the rotation progress purely on elapsed time relative to that duration. Here's how to modify your returning block to rotate from current to target over a fixed time without relying on an arbitrary speed or curve value. Okay. So now in my auto agent, we need to make this a coroutine. I'm going to rename it to reset bone motions. Return to base. It's not even that, right? Because this function, because we need to wait for the number of seconds, which we said 0.5. So to be extra safe, I'll leave it for 0.55. And then we need to play the next motion. So at the moment we set integer here. So we now need to take... this is already a set pause anyway, doesn't it? We're already in a coroutine. Yeah, since we're already in a coroutine, let's just do that here. Alright, let's see what the result looks like. So now it should transition slowly back to the base pose before handing it over to the animator, so the animator can transition from base pose to next pose, and there should be no teleportation of bones, so no jerky motion. The head head kind of jerked a little bit there. That's definitely better. There's still a tiny little... No, there's still something wrong. No, it's still something's wrong. Like, what is she doing? Is it because we need to say rotate 2 equals false? As we finish that. We already do. If reset, we shouldn't need that function. We are so close right now. We are so close. That first transition works perfectly. So I feel like it might be the animator. That second transition worked perfectly. But it went back to pose 0. That one had a little bit of a jerk to it. I don't know if it's Unity's animator. She just jerked a little bit. Right, we need to make sure that our flow, right? Our flow of what we're trying to do is executing once and once only and in the right order. So let's do some debugs. So the first thing we need to see is, number one, we expect to see new pose roles and the pose number. Then this should reset all of the bones, return to base. So on the bone, we need to know that that our bones were told to return to base. So 1B returning to base. One C return to base complete. Then the animator should get enabled after setting the bool. I don't know whether it's better to leave, as we enable the animator, I don't know whether it's better to leave the pause state at its previous state, or to change the pause state and then enable the animator. That I'm still not sure about, or if it even makes a difference. Then we expect to see 3 Unity animator enabled to transition pause. Then we wait for the end of the transition. So then 4 should be Unity animator disabled to release bones. Then we tell it when to roll the next pause shift. Set in transition to false. Resume bone motions. On each bone, we resume bone motion. Oh, I know. I think I know what might be wrong. Yeah, we don't use pause motion anymore. It's part of return to base. So we should have said paused equals true. But we're not pausing it though, are we? We were pausing it, but now we want it to return to base. So is there even a need to pause bone motion anymore? Resume motion doesn't even really resume motion if we don't pause anymore. What resume motion is doing really is just recalculating the new base. So we've got return to base, and this would be set new base. So I guess there's no, yeah, there is no real pause state anymore. There's rest state, which is if rotate to is false. So now we don't need this if paused conditional check, because there's no such thing as paused anymore, because it never really pauses. And then that will give us an error there, because this should be now set new base, which is a better description of what we're actually doing. Okay, let's see what we get. And then as we set the new base, this would be 4B. 4B Alright, let's see what happens in our console. New pose rolled, pose 1. Returning thigh left to base, thigh right, upper body control to base. So all the bones that have that script will return to base. Correct. Then 1C, all the bones return to their base was completed once and once only. Okay, the flow is looking good. Ignore these are AI related. Unity animator enabled to transition pause. Unity animator disabled to release bones. Setting new base on each bone. Right. And then rinse and repeat. Okay. And what is the visuality of it look like? We're still getting some kind of jerkiness. Sometimes okay, you know what I think it is? I think I know what the problem is. I think the transition doesn't get time to complete. So at the moment we do the transition in 0.5 seconds, but if I look at my animator script, so I have a really cool script here. That sets up a pose graph for me. And what this does is it goes through all my poses dynamically and adds them into the animation controller and then sets up all the possible transition states. But it also randomizes the transition time as it does it. There we go. And our our transition can range from 0.5 seconds to 0.9 seconds. But that shouldn't matter because we wait for it to reset back to base pose anyway. So it doesn't matter how long that base pose takes. How are you doing? I'm pretty good. How about you? Yeah, it shouldn't matter how long the transition back to the base pose takes, because we wait for it before we send the animator the transition instructions. Good, having a girlfriend. Got almost all my time now. Yeah, that's the way it normally goes. What the code for? It's an animation system that I'm making that I'm using. Well, not just for my current game, but I want to use it. So I'm starting by putting it into my AI because it's a low risk place to put it until I'm happy with it, and then I can move it out into my future projects. But it's something I've wanted to work on for a while. But we've got a few kinks to iron out. Oh my god, someone's at the fucking door now. Right, I gotta go get the door. Why is she ringing the doorbell? Oh! Saying thanks. Yeah, I'll see you in a bit. Oh my god. Right. What? Oh my god. Oh, thanks.
My chocolate ones.
Oh. Right, sorry about that. Right. Right, so I'm trying to iron out the kinks. Let's see if I can figure out what the hell is going on. Because the floor is working perfectly. Everything is working in the right order. It's running once and once only. Our floor is absolutely perfect. I feel like the issue has something to do with re-enabling the animator. Yeah, because it shouldn't matter about the transition times, because we can test this anyway, right? If we set the reset transition, return to base as I call it, let's set it to something silly like 2.5 seconds. We'll know that that's not the problem. When we see a return to base very slowly, and we get the same amount of jitter. Yeah, it's humid. Right, so we'll wait for it to roll the first pause. Wait. That looked especially jerky though, didn't it? Oh. Okay, no, that has made me realize that something looks a bit off with that. I should be able to set that to 12.5 seconds. What are you saying? What? Yeah, I'll go look the door. Fuck's sake, can I just get on? This is fucking hard enough as it is. Okay. Alright, I'll see you in a bit. Oh my god, she's a pain in the ass. Right. Why is OBS trying to quit? I must have accidentally quit something. Thank you for your encouraging messages. Yeah, so I should be able to set that to like 12.5 seconds. Fucking hell. She's gone back out now, thank god. Because now I might actually be able to get on. Right, what is happening now? Yeah, no, that rotation is not working as expected. Right, I'm gonna grab this. You seriously lose your Bluetooth connection on me right now? Good God, it's one thing after another there. Right, however, while testing, the returning equals true rotation and setting it to 12.5 seconds, the completion happens much sooner. This is making the debugs I need to make sure the returning transition happens within the set time. Right. Thanks for the detailed code. This helps a lot. If your returning transition is completing faster than the expected completion time, then one of the most likely causes is that rotation progress is not being reset to 0f. That could be true. When returning equals true begins. Yeah, that's probably true actually. Surely no, I don't need to do that. All I need to do is set... Right, where is rotation progress defined? Is rotation progress defined within this loop? No, it is localized. So if it's localized, then as we return to base, let's put it here as well. We want to set rotation progress to 0 here, and we also want to set the rotation progress to 0 here. Yeah, that could be it. Was that the problem? That explains why it was jerky then, because things probably weren't lining up the way they were supposed to.
Mike Sparkles.
No, it's still doing it. Oh, but wait, no. I think I know why. Yeah, no. Okay, I do know why. It's because auto agent would also need to wait that amount of time. So if we're waiting 12.5 seconds in our test, when we wait for it here, where is that? We wait 0.55 seconds. So this one, we set it to, what was it, 12 or something, just for this test. $12.5 seconds. So 12.55 seconds here as well. I will get to the bottom of this. It's so close to being perfect, but there's just a bit, something's not quite lining up perfectly.
Mike Sparkles.
Also, I'm going to disable Mike Sparkle forever. No, something weird's happening. When we set the new base, it's as we set the new base. Also, that didn't take 12.5 seconds to return to base. Oh my god, this is actually starting to fucking drive me insane. Why isn't it waiting 12.5 seconds after calling return to base on each of the bones? Or is the rotation just not happening? Right, in order to debug this better, because it's hard to see what's going on in the console, we're going to create some... We're going to create a special debug canvas that would make things easier, actually. Right, let's use legacy text because it's just easier to work with for something quick like this. Alright, we're gonna put some stuff on the screen to help us out. I need to know exactly when things are happening and exactly what's happening, because this is super fucking awkward. Okay. What the fuck just happened to that? Okay. Let's make this is super fucking awkward. We're going to use the top text field to debug agent. We're going to use the middle one for born head, and we'll use like the txt for like status. Right, so auto agent, we've got access to Unity UI, so this is just for debugging purposes only. So we're going to do txt born, this is txt agent at once, and txt status. I mean, I could keep that in there. There's no reason not to, I guess. So txt agent wants to say the same thing that we're saying in debug here. You can kind of see it all in one place then. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is so fucking awkward. Okay, so that should let us see what agent is doing. So let's make agent yellow. Let's make it easier to read, to know what's happening. And let's make bones pink. And status can be white. Okay. So now on bone motion, we want Unity engine.ui so that we can temporarily put a public text txt born head. And the reason I've called it txt born head is I won't be able to read it if it shows everything. So I'm going to only show the debugs on born head. So we want to say if this dot name equals, and I think it's just head, isn't it? With a capital H. Yep, capital H. If you are the head born, then go ahead and update txt born head.text to your debug message. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing on the other debug messages for born with the correct debug message. Oh boy. Okay. So let's see that and see if we can't figure out what the fuck is going on. I might need to run it at slow speeds. Also, our first agent transition happens at 10 seconds because of this. Let's make it happen at 3 seconds because it's just a lot of waiting. And when you've got to test this 64,000 times, that adds up to a lot of time. Okay, also my... Oh shit, I can't do that because Bournes, there's like billions of them. And also I haven't linked. Oh, fuckity fuck. Do we have access to the agent? No, we don't. Do we have access to core systems? No, we don't. Oh boy. Okay. That's auto agent. That can be publicly linked. The issue is this one. txt born head equals game object find debug canvas get components text, but actually it's debug canvas txt born head. Fucking bonehead. Yeah, fucking bonehead. I'm a fucking bonehead. Not being able to do this. Now this is actually seriously advanced shit. Yeah, this is like advanced animation pipeline shit, which is pretty fucking nuts. Okay. Okay, so right, returning head to base. Well, it's hard to tell, right? Because I didn't see that much rotation on there anywhere. Right. Hang on. The first problem is Returning head to base. Maybe it is taking 12 seconds. It's probably so slow and subtle that I don't really see it. But that's not where our issue is occurring anywhere. It's when Unity Animator is disabled to release. It's around then. Yeah, okay, let's go into our return head to base. So this at least teaches me something. This tells me that this is probably happening where we want it to now. So we can take half a second to transition back, and that's fine. And if we go back into auto agent, we can set that to 0.55 seconds again. Okay, that will make this quicker and easier to debug. The issue is around the time that the animator gets disabled, there's some kind of strange jump. It's always when Unity Animator disabled to release. Which also happens to be when we set the new base on the bone. Sometimes it looks fine. I think it depends how much rotation occurs. Also, I think these might be going beyond their angle limits. It's hard to tell. But don't we always use local rotation when we do the calculation anywhere? Yeah, but we do need to update base angles, because if the parent has... But no, because it's local though, isn't it? Yeah, but local rotation does change when the parent moves. Yeah, I guess. I don't know, does it though? Well, the animation might move the bone locally. That's the problem. Hola, Tommy, by the way. Right, it happens on the setting new base on head. So we set base angles to transform.local Euler angles, which is correct. Then we calculate a new rotation. And that's all we do. We reset rotation progress to 0. We pick a random speed. We pick a random curve multiplier and we set rotate to true. So why would that cause it to jerk? Because it should also force the start rotation to be updated because we set the rotation progress to 0. I can't see where the problem is occurring. I don't understand what is happening. Like, both of these systems work fine in a vacuum, but they somehow are still interfering with each other a tiny little bit. We're getting some strange, like, teleportations, and I don't understand how that's happening. There, we just saw it there. She just suddenly, like, glitched. That should never happen. She just glitched again. Right, let's see it in slow motion. I need to know exactly. Let's watch it at 10% of the speed. I need to know exactly when this is happening. There, it just happened there. And this is what I thought, right? So it's either the Unity animator being disabled to release the bones is causing some kind of... Okay, so let's do something, right? It is either... Let me just take a screenshot of that as well. It is either this part of the system or this part of the system. Now, I just checked this part of the system. I don't see anything that could be causing that to happen. But here's the kicker, right? We can program, because I did this before, but let's just do it again in case things are different now. Oh my god, it's so warm in here. 25.6 degrees. Are you kidding me? No wonder I feel tired. Why are you not working? Wait, what kind of fucking mode is that on? Dry. Put it on cool. Okay, it should cool down now. Okay, we're going to create on auto agent, we're going to create a temporary debug function which is going to disable bones I mean, by disable borns, what we really mean is disable born motion. Enables equals false. This just allows us to see if the glitching is happening through Unity's animator or if it's happening on our born system. We'll watch it at a third of the speed. A third of the speed. Let's watch for the glitch. Actually, there probably won't be a glitch now, that's the thing. I could have watched this at normal speed, probably. So now the born codes, none of the born code is running. Although, if we're calling it on a public function, maybe it is. Because I think calling a public function on a disabled script still runs the code from the public function. But I guess our update loop isn't running normally. And I am seeing... No, there we go. We just saw it there. It just happened. But yeah, because the born function is running... Why am I so tired? I wish I could actually just get like a good night's fucking sleep. That would help so much. So I'm going to exclude my public function on the born. We can watch this at single speed, I think. Alright, that should definitely not run any of the born code. I can't even fucking speak, I'm so tired. Yeah, and that's the nice thing about these debug things, right? The pink will remain at new text now. Because the only thing that's happening is the animator is receiving transitions. Ah! Okay, it is happening on the Unity animator. Oh, God help us all. Okay, this is good though. So it's not my code that's broken. It's Unity's animator that's broken. That makes me feel so much better and so much worse at the same time. Better because I didn't make a mistake. But worse because if it's Unity's shit that's broken, that's going to be very difficult. I can't really get into it and fix it, but I might be able to find a workaround. Yeah, we're still getting the glitches even though none of the born code is running, and we know none of the born code is running because the fucking debug still says new text. Yeah, there's still something weird happening with Unity's animated transition system. Wait, what the fuck is this? These transitions all look balked for a start. Okay, I think I found the problem. It's this fucking dog shit code here. GBT wrote me. Okay, I found the issue with my jerky animations. I'm using the following script to auto set up the transitions on my animator, as I have dozens of poses which all need transitions to and from each pose. However, when I inspect one of the transitions, it shows about 8 looped 2 poses to 8 looped maybe that's right though. Is that what it's supposed to look like? Because it is only 2 frames of animation. Maybe that's right. Oh my god. I don't know, actually. I think that pose might be right, because if we look at the transition is the blue, really. There's a blue line that goes all the way from pose 4 down to pose 5. It's just showing us how many times the animation would play, and I think that's correct because it's like 2 frames of animation. So this equates to like however many copies this is. Well, you can see there this specific transition takes like 0.24 of a second, so about 24 milliseconds, I guess. So I actually think that's correct now that I think about it. It looks weird, but I think that's actually what it should look like. Because the animation is like, it's just a pause, it's not really an animation, right? So it's only like a couple of frames. There, just teleported again. What is fucking oh, I'm getting so mad. I'm getting so mad. All my hard work. It's Unity's fucking dog shit fucking animator. That's what this is. Right, okay, you know what we're doing? We're backing this up. Right, I give up on Unity's animator. I seriously give up. I seriously give up. I have another animator I can use, and I'm just going to use it. Because I didn't want to, because like it seems like an over solution for what I want, and I don't like using other people's plugins. I don't like even using Unity's fucking plugins half the time, and now you see the reason why, right? Because they're fucking awkward as fuck, and you can't get into them, you can't change them. Like, if it's a good system, then fair enough, like, you can get away with it, but Unity's animation system, I wouldn't go so far as to say it's a good fucking system. It's bare bones dog shit, and as soon as you want it to do anything specific, you're fucked. Okay, we're backing up the project. I'm going to go into my repository. of Unity plugins, and we're going to install a different animation system, and that I think will fix this immediately. I've been avoiding it because, again, you know, the more of other people's plugins you use, sometimes the worse things get, right? The less control you have over it. But I've used this before. It does seem quite good. It's perfect for stuff like this, to be honest, where you just want to transition from one animation to another, and you don't even need to set up the transitions in a graph or something. Like, it's like Unity's animator is fucking awful. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. Anyway, I think it's in software. Unity assets. I used it in a different project. What's it called? Animancer Pro. There it is. Right, we're installing this. We're installing this because it's Unity's animator is completely fucking this up. And I can randomize things like transition times and stuff with this. Like, yeah, I randomized the transition time one time only as we originally create the transition. But from that point forward, the transition is always the same length and you can't change it. You can with this. Like, you can literally just say, yep, transition from here to here with this amount of time. And it's like one line of code and it just does it. And it's like, yeah, that's what fucking Unity's animator should do. But it's horse shit. Yes. We got a weird error. Just gotta reload it and see if it goes away. Right, let me see if I can remember how this works. Transitions. Transition example using Animancer. Okay, so the first thing we need is using Animancer. So let's go in and rip out all the fucking shit. We don't need this anymore. We don't need this fucking absolute mess of shit anymore. We're gonna need that one probably. I don't know, actually. I might be able to, again, I might be able to use this other one. I'm gonna remove Unity's animator component because it's nothing but fucking dog shit. Okay, and we're gonna add an Animancer component. Agent animator. Action on disable. Stop. I don't know, she does get disabled a lot actually. I'll probably just let it continue. Yeah, the code will stop asking it to play new animations anyway. Whew, it's finally cooling down a bit. Okay. So, using Animancer. So, we no longer need Agent Animator. Get rid of the fucking animators. We're completely getting rid of them for now. I'm at the end of my tether with Unity's animation system. I genuinely am. Well, why do you think I'm building my own? It's kind of. But I was still relying on Unity's animation system to actually play the pauses and stuff like that. But I can't even rely on it for that. It's just too shit. It really is. This one, I think this one's way better. Right, so we've got an agent animator. We don't anymore. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to link my agent animator, which will be an Animancer component, anim character, and I'm probably going to want one for our anim agent, Animancer component, anim agent. Okay, so one is going to be for the character, one is going to be for the agent. If we just want an animation to play, we can literally just say Animancer play animation. But how do we, where do we store the clips? An animator is required in order to play animations. Click here to search for one nearby. So it's still using, maybe it does use Unity's animator, but it actually makes it fucking work. Alright, I guess the animator is this one then. Right, there. It doesn't need an animation controller, no? Okay, so now it's happy, but where do we set up the transitions and stuff like that, or even the clips? Like, how does it know? Quick play. Right. Don't create an animator controller like you normally would. Animancer doesn't need them, thank God. Add a reference to the Animancer component, let's call it Animancer. Add a reference to the animation clip asset you want to play, let's call it clip. Okay, this is perfect. So we need a list of animation clips on our agent. That's way better. Yeah, I like this already. It's been a while since I used this. This is so much more intuitive though. Anim poses, I guess. Animation, well, it's animation clip. I'll do one called character anims, and I'll do one for agent anims as well, and we'll just put them all in a big list. But I don't know, because character anims is going to have like a random pose that we want to... So we'll do character anims and character poses, I guess. I don't know how this is going to work yet. Yeah, I might only need one controller, actually. So we're going to have a list of animation clips called character animations. All that's going to have is I want it to run into the scene and run away. That's going to have like 2 animations, appear and disappear. And then poses is going to be the random poses that she transitions across. And in that way we can just randomly pick from this list and transition the way we have been. Right, so now I can set those, let's set those clips up in the inspector. Well, we can't because we've got errors now. So let's just mute these errors for now so we can set that up in the inspector. It's another fucking annoying thing about Unity is you've got an error, so I'm not gonna update the inspector until you clear all the errors. Well, fuck off, I'm still working on it, you fucking twat. Whatever. Sometimes I love Unity, but sometimes, oh god. You're just like asking why is it like this? Right, anyway, whatever. Right, so we've got our... This is going to be on agent though. Yes, true. So we're going to have an anim character. I think we do only need one animated component because I'm just going to play it on... Yeah, let's update that then. I think we're going to do it all through the same animation controller, I think. Because the character's going to be running, well, for this one anyway, maybe not for all of them, but for this one we are. Right, so now I've linked Top Gun's animator controller, and that's the anim character. Excuse me. We're going to have two animations in there, which is character anims, but they don't actually exist yet. And then for anim poses, I can literally go into my poses, models, where the fuck did I put it? TG poses, there we go. And these are my... Ah, you fucker, I should have locked the inspector. There. Now I can add all my poses to the anim poses. Brilliant. So now we have our animation clips in a list. We have our animation controller, and I'm guessing we just say like, well, okay, this is where we will show the appear and disappear animations, but they're not set up yet, so I'm going to leave those muted. Right, we were doing motion return to base. I'm going to leave these disabled for now. This is where we were enabling and disabling the animator and doing all kinds of fucking ass shit just so we could regain control of the bones. Yeah, I don't know whether the animator's going to... Let's see what happens, I guess. So all of this dog shit was just to work around Unity's broken ass fucking animation system. Hopefully we don't need to do any of that now. I don't even know whether we need to transition back. So this is where we were setting the state machine of the pose to the pose number, but now I'm guessing we can just say a private clip transition. Oh, don't tell me I have to set up every fucking transition manually. Oh, seriously? I don't think we do. I'm pretty sure we don't have to do that. I'm pretty sure we can just do it in code. Because I had hundreds of animations on a different project, or hundreds of poses and stuff, and I didn't have to set this up. I know I didn't. So, okay, we need to create something called a clip transition. So we create a clip transition, new trans equals a new clip transition. Let's construct it. And what does it want? It wants the animation clip to play. So new transition dot clip equals, and this is where we want to say we've got a pose number there, so it would be character poses at pose number is our clip to play. fade duration, the amount of time the transition will take to crossfade from the previous animation to the new one. So we will create a float, roll fade equals random dot range. We want you to take anywhere from 0.2 seconds up to 0.6 seconds, for example, let's say. So then our new transition dot fade duration equals our rolled randomized fade. Oh, so nice. The speed of the animation just wants to be 1, so we'll just say new transition. I mean, there is no animation speed because it's a static pause really, but we'll just set it to 1F to be safe. And start time, normalized time would just be 0 if enabled. We can probably just leave that, and end time is obviously the normal end time. That's basically it then. So now we give it, I'm guessing we give it, yeah, we give it the clip transition. So we just call animation animancer, so this would be anim character, and we just tell it to play that transition. There we go. Done. That was waiting for the transition to end. Now I might need to still do that before we turn. Well, we know that's nice now though, if you think about it, right? We already know how long the fade is going to take. So here now we can just say yield return new, wait 4 seconds, the amount of the fade. Well, we'll do a float, wait time equals the fade plus we'll just add like 0.1 F for safety, and then we can wait for the wait time, and then we know we can set control back to the bones. So that's where we would do resume motions, resume bone motions. If yeah, that's for, I know what that's for. Okay, I'm not going to do that yet though. I want to see what the I want to make sure the animator's working fine on its own first. So that should be it. That should do it. It should transition from the current clip. Now the other thing I'm not sure about is if it will transition from the current position to the animation destination. If it does, then we don't need a function to return our character's pose back to base pose, because the animancer will just take it from wherever it is now. I don't know is the short answer, but let's make sure that it's doing the pose transitions correctly first. We're seeing a lot of stuttering. Okay, that one was a lot better. The stuttering is on the hair wind, though. It's my wind system that's stuttering on the hair mostly. I think the pose transitions are working fine. I need to fix my windy hair now because that's the main thing that's stuttering. But also there was a transition there that was like super fast that I thought was a little too fast. Yeah, that seems to be working though. But our wind system is causing jitters in the hair, and I don't know why that is. Also, the bone motion does seem to be running though, because the ears are like twisting and turning. So bone motion is running right now, which is weird because it shouldn't be. Yeah, she seems fine after some initial. The main thing now, like I say, is my wind system seems to be jittering a bit. But that's way better than Unity's animator. And we can randomize the transition speed somewhat. Yeah. I would say maybe at 0.3 up to 0.7 for the roll fade. Let's try our return to base and our resume bone motion. Yeah, I think it's because our disabled bones wasn't running. But I think we're done with that because I think this new animation system fixes it. So, because the problem wasn't my code, the problem was Unity's fucking transition system was getting all balked. Big surprise. Okay, that first one went a bit weird. I don't know what happened there. Or maybe the base. But also I don't know whether we need to return to base pause. That second one looked good though. That one looked quite good. Like I said, apart from the jittering in the hair now, but that's the wind system. That's a completely separate issue. It's a separate system. And that, I thought that was fine, but apparently it's not. Yeah, that looks great though, apart from the jittery hair. Once I fix the jittery hair, which like I said is a separate system, I think that's great. Yeah, it's just the hair now that jitters. As soon as I fix that, I think it's going to look great. I think we finally did it. Yeah, the pause animation transitions look great though. I think we did it. The pause transitions look fantastic. Gotta hand it to Animancer. Gotta hand it to Animancer. That's a really good plugin. It's just so quick and easy to use as well. Look how long it took me. Like, I've been battling the animation system since fucking, like, early last night. Well, late-ish last night, but not that late. Like, I was battling it for hours last night, and it's only been 2 hours. We've been streaming for 2 hours now, though, so we've made good progress, actually. Yeah, that looks great. She's not going to do this many pauses, by the way. I'm just over-pausing to test things. She's only going to go into pauses now and again, and she's going to mostly be in her idle and using her bone rotations and stuff. But I'm obviously over testing it so that I can make sure that things are working well. But the hair is now jittering, so let's take a look at the hair system. I don't know if we should back it up. It's looking pretty good actually. Yeah, and then I just need to do like a running in animation and a running out animation. I think we nailed it. First attempt with the new plugin. Way better. So let's take a look at my wind system. What could be going wrong with the wind system? Gee, I wonder. Hair motion. So I think it comes down to rolling new gravity. So to make things look a bit more interesting, but when I was testing this, it was fine. I have a new function called change wind, which randomly changes the wind direction. And we're supposed to transition back. Then we change the wind. Okay, I have a hair wiggle wind system in Unity. every now and then when I randomize the wind, the hair jitters and jumps. How can I ensure the motion remains smooth? Alright. I thought I already fixed this bug. Add a new current wind offset lerp line like the others inside wind lerp time less than wind lerp duration block. So if wind lerp time is less than wind lerp duration, that's this. So this was 4 lines and now it's 5, is it? Yeah. Okay. So that's that block there. Okay. Then remove the abrupt assignment in the else block. Remove it. So remove the else completely. Then. Is that it? Replace the else with current wind offset mathf lerp. So just have that on every frame, you mean? I suppose. Well, let's test it and see what that looks like. I don't know if that's what it meant, or if it meant to move that one outside of the block. But no, because it showed it inside the block, didn't it? So. Alright, let's see if the hair jittering is fixed. Yeah, that for some reason that first, maybe that's Animancer's fault. Maybe Animancer can't. It looks like an Animancer transition limitation. I think because Animancer didn't play the first animation clip, because what we do is we just leave her. No, it's still jittering. We leave her in her default pose. Right, let's use this debug line to let me know when the wind changes, to see if the jittering is in fact caused by the wind change. Also, we can remove, yeah, the poses are working fine now, so we can remove those top 2 debugs and we can remove them from auto agent. Now no longer needs access to text agent or text status, and it was never using text status to begin with. There we go. Does it now need Unity UI? Apparently it does. And we don't need that anymore. Bone motion similarly. We can get rid of Unity Engine UI, and we can get rid of that text and that one. And we can get rid of all those debugs as well, actually. Okay, so then on hair motion, I now need the Engine UI. And I need a public reference to the TXT debug status. And hair motion runs on a lot of different things, so we're going to do txt debug. And what am I doing? Text. TXT debug. There's no point making it public because we're going to need to find it anyway on start. So we'll say the tails seem to be. I'll just do it on all of them. It doesn't really matter. So txt debug equals game objects find debug canvas txt status get component text. Okay, and then as we change the wind, I'm going to do txt status, I guess it's txt debug equals time since level load. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? There. Wind changed. Alright. Now I should be able to tell whether the jerk happens as the wind changes, which is my suspicion. It's the only thing that could be causing it, really. Ooh, maybe not. Did it no reference on me or something? No, there it is. It's actually got nothing to do with the wind changing. Or maybe it does. No, it's doing it. That's got nothing to do with the wind changing. And I already know what you're probably thinking. You're probably thinking it's the animation system. It could be the animation clips. But when I check Top Gun and I go into her animator and I look at, she doesn't have any animation clips assigned to her anymore. I guess she wouldn't. Shouldn't need them. But I do need to look at the animations. So that was a backup. I don't need that anymore. Also, when I look at her animations, I'm pretty sure her hair was restructured, so the animations can't find those bones. I might be wrong about that, but there's a much easier way to fix it rather than go in and delete all the keys for the animation. And I'll show you that now. Head attached. I need to click Top Gun. Wait, what the fuck is happening? Did I put those clips on the... Oh, fuck. I put the clips on the wrong animator, apparently. Whatever. Can we please see the clips? What? Why is that not... Is it because she doesn't have an animation controller, I guess? Yeah, so I don't even know what this is. I'm going to have to temporarily assign... I'm going to have to temporarily assign an animation. What am I looking at? Oh, the inspector's locked, that's why. Hello, bigger. Okay, the inspector was locked, that's why. Okay, so I need to give her the Top Gun animator, or whatever the fuck she had before. Which animator is this? Is that Animations? Yes. Okay, so the yellow means, yeah, now there you go, that's what I thought, right? So it can't be the animator, because the animator can't find the hair, because I purposefully restructured it. Because I knew that I would animate the hair myself, and I didn't want the animation clips interfering with my procedural system. So the hair is not linked in the animator, it can't find it. So the jitter can't be caused by the animation system. Well, I mean, maybe I can't say it can't be caused by the animation system. I guess it could only be caused by the animation system if the jitter was Yeah, no, no, it can't be caused by the animation system. Because even if some kind of handle, right, or sibling control, transform, born, whatever, right, if something that had control over the children was being affected by the animator, which it may well could be, which would cause motion on that object, it doesn't matter. The child is independent of the parent anyway. So the jitter wouldn't be caused by moving the parent, because we don't move the parent procedurally. So the parent would be in the same place regardless during the animation transition. So anything that's changed wouldn't be suddenly teleported and jittered by the animation transitions or anything like that. So the jittering of the hair it has to be happening somewhere else in the hair. It almost looks like duplicate code fighting with it. But that's not possible either because we have a single instance of hair motion. Wait, is hair motion... Let me just understand how this works. Where is hair motion? I think it's on the head. Yeah, it's on the head and the jacket. So there's only one instance of hair motion anywhere. But hair motion sends... Hair motion sends wiggle animation things down to the hair chain. So it could be happening on the hair chain. Okay. After adding a debug message on wind change, I can confirm that the jitter still happens and is not caused by the changing of the wind. It may be on the hair chain itself. Hair chain code. Thanks for the extra detail. You're right to suspect the issue may lie in the hair chain code, specifically how the wind is applied. Likely cause of the jitter. The jitter is likely caused by the order of operations between applied gravity and applied wind, particularly that you're modifying born local rotation in both methods, but applied gravity resets the local rotation to a known pose, then applies a rotation to align with gravity. Apply wind multiplies an additional rotation on top of whatever local rotation is currently set to. Since the apply wind phase is time dependent, small variations in wind phase per frame may result in oscillating and increasingly non-deterministic local rotations, especially since the quaternion Euler zero wave 0 is always applied on top of the gravity modified pose. Clean solution: split wind and gravity into separate transform layers. Since Unity doesn't support layered transforms out of the box like in animation rigs, here's a manual solution. Refactor to apply wind as an additive rotation after computing a clean base transform every frame. Instead of doing Bourne's array local rotation times equals quaternion Euler at 0 wave 0, we set the base rotation to the Bourne local rotation. We calculate wind as quaternion Euler 0 wave 0, and in the Bourne local rotation equals base rotation times wind rotation. But this only works if Bourne local rotation is consistent each frame. No, it won't be, which it currently isn't because you're modifying it every frame 2 places. So better yet, so make your mind up. Fix 2, recompute total rotation from scratch, each frame based on original pause. Update apply gravity just to return the world space rotation it calculates for each ball, and then apply wind on top of that deterministically. So change apply gravity like so. And then in update, so this is update on hair motion. So we had chain apply gravity. So is this for each var in chain? It looks like it. Apply wind. It's giving me an updated apply wind, that's why. It doesn't like that. Alright, we'll try it. Yeah, it's still doing it. The suggested changes resulted in the following. One, the motion is much more subtle in general. Two, jittering now looks like an initial swing happens in one direction and then we teleport back to the point before the swing occurred. That's very helpful. The new behavior suggests that the wind rotation is being overwritten or reapplied from a conflicting baseline each frame, resulting in this snapback effect after each swing. Let's break it down based on what you're seeing. Diagnosis of new behavior. Motion is much more subtle. That's expected because the wind is now added cleanly on top of gravity rather than potentially compounding wildly like before. If it's too subtle, we can increase amplitude or use a different function like purling or for smoothness. Teleport snap back after initial swing. This likely happens because we compute a smooth wind rotation, but it's applied on top of a cached world gravity pause. Gravity world rotations at index, which doesn't reflect accumulated swing or momentum. So every frame you compute a new gravity based world rotation, add a wind rotation swing, but next frame you start again from scratch, no momentum preserved. The apparent swing becomes a one frame impulse that resets. Better fix, use persistent wind phase offsets per born. To fix the snapback issue, you need wind motion that evolves smoothly over time per born relative to a baseline pause, not an always computed absolute orientation. Jesus Christ. Like, the thing that amazes me about GPT is the world's greatest bullshitter, right? Like, it's amazing at giving you the most convincing sounding explanations for why things do and don't work. And it'll go on and on and on for months and months and months, saying, oh, well, clearly what we need to do is discombobulate the refractory pi squared equals E equals MC squared. You know, and it sounds like all this bullshit. And then it'll give you some code, and then it just, like, it's even more broken than it was. And it's like, okay, so you sound like you know what you're talking about, but then clearly the code, like, the proof is in the pudding, right? The proof is in the code. Clearly all that waffle, that doesn't really help me, especially if it's not true. Okay, let's just try it. We've got a backup if we need to put it back. It wants to now select a list of wind offsets, to keep a list of wind offsets. And then in initialize, we clear the offsets and do other various shit. Okay. And then in update, keep wind time continuous. So we've got a wind time. No changes needed if you're already doing this. Wind timer. Shouldn't you know if I'm already doing this? I sent you the full fucking script. Well, there is no up. That was a while ago. There wasn't. It's not on board motion. It's on hair motion. So hair motion says wind timer plus equals time. Yeah, I'm doing exactly that. Okay, good. Okay, good. Simplify, apply wind to that. Bonus control smoothless. If wind still feels jittery, use math F Perlin noise. Well, let's see it first. Oh boy. Okay, we're almost there. We're doing great. Our pause transitions are now working great. Yeah, the hair still kind of jitters. It does look a little better, but there is still some snapping occurring. I'm surprised we're not. Well, let's take a look at gravity. What is gravity doing? It does look a little better, but there is still some snapping occurring. It does look like it does look a little better, but there's still some snapping occurring. I feel like the solution lies somewhere like this. Calculate gravity, target angles, calculate wind, target angles plus wind, lerp current rotation to target angles. Something like this would also allow the hair to fall more naturally as the character rotates their head, since there should be a slight delay anywhere. Yes, you're spot on. The snapping persists because your hair bones instantly snap to the new gravity and wind rotations every frame, rather than gradually rotating towards a target. To fix that cleanly and realistically, the core principle: each bone should store its current rotation and interpolate, lerp or slurp towards the newly calculated gravity and wind pause every frame, not jump straight to it. Well, yeah, duh. Modify your hair chain to store current world rotations. Fucking hell. Alright. Good lord. Initialize. Add this in initialize. Okay, we've got another. Combine gravity and wind in world space. We're going to just do an update chain function. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. And then in update, call the new function. Alrighty. Let's see it, I guess. It's even worse than before. Now it's fucking jittering. Why can't it get this right? I mean, I know I can't get it right, but I'm not a fucking large language model that's read every single piece of text ever written. And like, you know what I mean? Like, I do struggle with lerps and slurps and rotations and shit like that. Rotations are an absolute fucking nightmare. And a lot of this is rotations, right? The hair is actually, all the hair does is rotate, basically. I am curious though, can we stop the animations from playing on by disabling the animator? Yeah. Oh, this is why you should test these things. You motherfucker. Okay, it actually is caused by the animator. Because when I disable the animations, it looks fine. We don't get hair jitter. So I guess we could go back to doing what we were doing with the Unity animator and hope that things don't break. So this is where we would say anim character enabled equals false. And here we would need to say anim character enabled equals true. What if we just switch it on and off then? Does that fix it? No, so here's what I think is happening, especially now that it's like it got quite deep there with it, didn't it? And so it was like, oh, we're gonna store a list of like previous. So what I think it's doing is it's having the same issue that my bone rotation scripts were having initially, which is it stores a set of coordinates that it can sort of fall back to run all of its calculations off of, right? But as those coordinates change, as the animation changes or as the pose changes, I think those coordinates get screwed up. So if we leave that on false and we mute the animation play function and we just let the hair system run on its own, I think it's smooth as silk. Which is why I didn't notice a problem when I built it, right? And you find this happens a lot, right? Oh no, actually it is kind of teleporting a little bit. I guess maybe also the bone rotation, like I think this thing, it's like Ghibli made a good hair system if the character never fucking moves a muscle. But as soon as you move, yeah, I don't, it's still not very good, is it? That's weird because it was smooth as silk when she transitioned into a new pose at one point. So it's, I don't even think it is the animation system. It's still doing it now. Let's see if Claude can help me with this. Oh god, I don't even know. I'm so lost in the code right now. And this is the problem when you do have to rely on like these language models. I don't even honestly know. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it's able to do a lot more than I if I was to like it would, and it saves me a lot of time in a way. It's kind of weird though. I honestly don't know if it helps or not, because it doesn't help you understand or learn anything, because like, it gives you code that you don't fully understand, and if you tried to understand it, you'd probably think it was fine and it should work, but then when you see it doesn't work, like, it's hard to sort of understand it anyway, really. Like, I don't know. So especially with stuff like this, so obviously you just keep kind of going back to it. It's like the vibe coding thing, right? You keep going back to it and saying, look, it doesn't work, here's what's happening, fix it. And then it seems to overcomplicate it and overcomplicate it and overcomplicate it. And then by the time you've been doing this for hours, you end up with like 6,000 lines of code that's so fucking convoluted and over. I don't know, it's like that you don't at this point, like, there's no way you could like reverse engineer it. Sometimes I think it's better just to throw it all out and start again. Like, I almost feel like, but it's like, this is the annoying thing, right? Like, it's almost there. Like the one issue, like it does kind of work for the most part. It's like, well, it does work, but it has this one little niggly thing, and it niggly thing like ruins everything. Like it's just jittering and teleporting and ugh. Let's see what Claude gives us. Alright, let's just see what it gives me. Like, there's no... Like, what's the worst thing that can happen? It's already, like, almost there, but not quite. Also, I think it's a good idea to... Because, like, this is... mostly there. Let me just put... That's the hair chain one. And that's the hair motion one. We're almost there now, though. Okay. Where's Claude gone? Oh, have I lost it forever? Did I lose you forever, Mr. Claude? Oh, there you are. We need a new chat. Looking at your hair system code, I can identify several potential causes for the jittering and teleportation issues. Here are the main problems and solutions. Primary issues: velocity calculation instability. This can cause extreme values when time delta time is very small, or when there are position jumps. Fix: add velocity smoothing and clamping. Wind lerp transition issues. The wind lerping can cause sudden changes when wind lerp time resets. Solution: use smooth transitions. I love the way it gives you like the scripts in full like that though. Like Claude's, which one have I copied? That one was, what was that one? I don't know which one it was. The hair motion script. So that is my hair motion script there. And then the hair chain script. I mean, if this works, oh, I can't wait for AI to get good. But also, we're all doomed, right? Because once it gets too good, we're not going to learn anything anymore because we won't need to. I imagine how dumb people are going to be. I feel like a lot of people are dumb these days, as it is. But I don't know whether that's true. Like, I don't know if it's like, that makes it sound like people are dumber than they were in the past, and I don't know if I can say that's true, because I know a lot of boomers who watch a lot of TV and like they can't think for themselves, right? They're just like, they think that everything they've seen on the TV is gospel, and they never question anything outside of what they've seen on TV, and so they're just like brainwashed by TV basically. And so they know a lot of like general knowledge because they've watched a lot of quiz shows and all this stuff. But like if you got them to solve a unique problem, like I don't know, whatever, coding or something, they wouldn't have a fucking clue. And that's what I'm hoping. Like I don't know, maybe like I don't know. I feel like younger new on whatever like younger generations of people are better at stuff like coding, and like my parents would have never been good at something like that. It's not because they're old or anything, because you could say, oh well, it's because they're old now, but no, they would never have been able to do something like that even when I was like a kid or something. It's just completely, outside of their, I don't know. I don't know, you can always teach people though. I think the main thing is they just don't have any interest in it. We're still seeing jitters and teleports. I wish I could identify when it happens. Like, it doesn't happen. Like, I could understand if it happened. If it happened as the character moved, right, as the head moves and it jitters as the head moves, that would make sense. It's like, okay, it's because, like, it's got to have something to do with, like, recalculating the new position that it's starting from. Or if it happened when the wind changed, it would be like, okay, well, it's the sudden change of wind direction that's making it jitter. And, like, the maths isn't smooth enough. But it's the fact that it just seems to happen mid wave. Oh, it's so close to being great, though. Also, there's no... Why is there no, like, wind strength? Or is wind strength randomly rolled in change wind? Yeah, it's randomly, so we could do like, I feel like it needs to be way more extreme than it is. It's very subtle. Just turn the wind strength up. Like, maybe I should try some, like, if I roll wind at 0 constantly, does it still jitter and teleport? Because that might tell us something. Because it's, yeah, it seems more jerky. Like, we could actually hard set wind to like something like 6. Let's do 6 to 10. And my suspicion is if I turned it from 0 to 0, it would fix the issue, which obviously breaks the whole fucking point of wind in the first place. But that would tell me if it's to do with the strength of the wind calculation itself, because it could be gravity, right? It could be the gravity rotation that's causing this. It could be the gravity calculations that are causing this. And so you kind of need to know where is the problem occurring. So yeah, we're definitely getting the jittering here at wind strength, whatever that is, between 6 and 10. So let's set it to 0, 0. We want it to randomly roll from 0 to 0, so we have no wind. Does it still teleport? If it still teleports, then it's gravity that's causing it, not the wind system. Yeah, it's definitely the wind. Oh, wait. It's not the wind system. Okay. Still has the same issue. Here's what I discovered. When I turn wind strength to 0, the jitter still occurs, which suggests the problem is in the gravity application. You're absolutely right. The issue is in the gravity calculation. Looking at the gravity code more carefully, I can see several problems. Okay, so it's given me a new hair state change script, and then it said if the problem still occurs, try a more simple approach to gravity. So what have I just copied? Hair chain script. Okay, let's see it. I also want to put wind back into it, I guess. What the fuck is that? So now the hair is pointing backwards behind the character, and it's still jittering. I love AI. Yeah, and it's still jittering as well, isn't it? So we just created a new problem and kept the old one. But I'm curious if the jitter goes away with this other optional alternate stable hair chain. Oh boy. It must be calculating the wrong axis of world down or something. So we could probably get it to fix that quite easily. Now it's pointing up. And it's still jittering. And she's flashing everyone because the jacket's... It's like she's falling through the air. Oh boy. Oh boy. Like, it just gives me no... It just gives me no, like, confidence in it at all, right? Because, like... If it doesn't even know where down is, how am I supposed to have confidence that it can handle all of this fucking, like, rotation calculation stuff? Because it can't get something as simple as which way is down in Unity. How am I supposed to trust it to know anything else? Yeah, it can be terrible when it breaks, since one day it can cut you off from everything you know. What? Well, it doesn't break. All it does is it's an auto predict. But sometimes it can auto predict you the right answer. Other times it just does shit like this. So I think we restore these versions that I put to the side here because I kind of expected this to happen. So there's my hair motion script. My hair chain script. Time for a cookie. It's so close. I just know that this is one of these situations where it's made some stupid little mistake somewhere. Oh boy, that's a lot of sugar. In cashless and cardless society, there is no such society. There's always one or the other. There's both in fact, there's both in all societies, really.
Mike Sparkles.
If the internet goes out or the power goes out, or both, we'll completely pause and everything will shut for the day, which is a scary future to think about. Well, yeah, if power goes, we're going to struggle anyway. But I mean, every society has both cash and cards, but they're not really related to losing power. I guess if you didn't withdraw money or whatever, you wouldn't be able to use your card if there was no power. Ugh. Ugh. I just feel, I hate feeling like this. It's been a while since I felt like this. But this is like the area that I just like, this is way beyond my capabilities. Like, look at this fucking function, right? It takes a transform head, vector 3 gravity axis, float gravity strength, float starting influence, float wind strength, float wind phase, float wind offset, float smooth. And the thing that I mainly don't understand, right, is we call this function on every frame. What determines time? Like, where does the time calculation come into all of this? I'm just curious what the result would be if this is me getting desperate now. Because there's something like fundamental here that I just don't really understand. Because here's the thing, right? I understand it, but I also don't understand what the effect is. So you have a function, and the function says we're going to take some values, right? And let's just call it like destination. So we calculate a destination, right? Size 1 font, great. So let's say we calculate a destination at 12, 24, 36 or whatever, right? Like, I know it doesn't really work like that, but just work with me. That's not the bit I don't understand, right? So the bit I don't understand is we calculate a destination and then we say slurp from current location to destination, and let's say we said in this slurp here we say over the course of 1f, right? What the fuck is that? Now that would be your time factor, right? So if we say you are going to rotate from here to here over 1 second, and we call it on every single frame, then we only get 1 frame out of an entire 1 second. So let's say you're running at 60 FPS. You are only going to get 1/60th of the way there, right? 1/60th. And then you're going to revisit the function and put it 1/60th towards a new target on the next frame. The problem with this is, like, we're essentially telling it where to go 60 frames from now, right? But we never ever get there because we can only ever be at 1/60th of the way to the destination. Now, granted, we are updating the destination on every single frame, which seems like a logical thing to do. But I don't know, that just seems kind of strange to me. Like, I feel like we should allow it some time to get a little bit further towards the rotation. Maybe even complete the rotation before we give it a new one. What if we try to do it within 0.1? Or is that like a weightiness factor? It doesn't really seem to make that much of a difference. So the next thing I'm curious about is, what if we only do it once every X amount of frames? Rather than trying to update it every fucking frame. What if we just say... Actually, we do that up here. I mean, there's a win timer there, though, right? Where does win timer even come into the chain? I don't even see win timer referenced here anywhere. There is no win timer referenced in here. So what was the point? Win timer is only referenced in hair motion. But we set win timer after final wind strength. So wind timer is wind phase. So what is this value here? You take a float A, a float B. So 1F would be 100%. I guess 1F would be 100% of the destination. So that doesn't have anything to do with time. I think that's saying 100% of the target rotation. So if I change that to 10F, that would be 10 times. How's the project going? It's gone terribly. I fucking hate doing shit like this, but I need a good system for future things, so I need to get it done. It's just so fucking hard to do anything like this. Again, I don't really see that much of a fucking difference. Wind phase equals wind timer. Wind timer plus equals time dot delta time times wind speed. What does that mean? Boundless realm work exactly like normal bygone. Yeah, big surprise. They all copy each other. I have zero interest in it. I have no interest in Genshin right now. Genshin is dead to me. It's actually dead to me right now. So that's just times dot delta time though. That's just, well, sort of. As the wind gets faster and slower, the timer goes faster and slower, I guess. So that's just giving us some kind of timer to work with. So that shouldn't be causing the jittering because it's always constantly... It's constantly just moving up at different speeds. So that shouldn't cause any jerky behavior. Oh, I fucking hate this shit. I really do. Could it be velocity? What if we set velocity to 0? Is the velocity the thing that's causing the issue? It has to be something. It's not velocity. Oh my fucking god, what the fuck is that? It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. This is genuinely depressing me. So it's not velocity, it's not wind timer. Motion influence. Is that a public variable? Yes, 1.5. So I guess I shouldn't do that. I should just turn up the motion influence to something like 2. Gravity delay 100. That never seemed to fucking work, to be completely honest. What is it? Oh my god, this is driving me insane. Why does it say parent rotation? Why is that line there? Like something is causing it to reset and reshift or something. Something is changing. Right, here's what we're going to do. I will get to the bottom of this. It has to be happening in update chain, right? And that's the only thing that fucking runs, so yeah, it's the only thing that moves this fucking thing. It has to be somewhere in here. Oh, it's been quite some time since I last got this frustrated at coding something. I'm starting to remember what it felt like when I just felt like I was just lost in the sauce. And it feels like you're banging your head against a brick wall, just like trying whatever you can think of to just try and get, like, make it make sense. It's awful. Right, isn't there like a $@ at or something you can do? Yeah, $. It's $. Okay. Well, starting influence is set to 0 anyway, and it shouldn't ever change. So I'm going to skip that one. We'll do wind strength. One of these variables is changing unexpectedly, causing the issue, is my suspicion. And I need to know which one it is. Someone what? Get your basis lost sword states. It's anime on intro screen and has anime Y4 talking to you in English voice actor I just installed on my phone. Is that the thing you showed me yesterday, or is that something else? Smooth line break. Okay. What I also need to do is I need to log. Here's what we do. We take a private vector3 last EULAs fuck, it's not a mono behavior. Wait, what? So if it's not a mono behavior, how the fuck can I access the local Euler angles? I guess I can't. Hate Unity sometimes. Forget about that. It's too complex. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to detect a key press. How the fuck do you do this again? Key code dot space. No, I didn't copy that. I didn't copy that. I meant to copy this. Maybe I didn't. That's what I meant to copy. We need system IO. Jesus, this is the biggest fucking pain in the ass I've ever fucking had the misfortune of encountering. This is really, really bad. I knew this was going to be a pain in the ass. As soon as I woke up this morning, I was like, oh boy. I knew this would be a pain in the ass. Like, I know what rotations and fucking slurps and lurps and all sort of fucking shit is like. I know what a fucking nightmare it all is. It's an absolute fucking nightmare. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say a jerk happened a jerk was noticed here. A jerk. Yeah, it's a fucking jerk. Alright. Fucking big jerk. You big jerk, Unity. I don't know what... I don't understand that sentence though that you wrote. Someone got your bases. Lost Sword states it's an anime on intro screen and has anime... I don't know. I don't know what you're saying. I think you're just saying that it starts off with an anime talking to you in English, but it's just, I don't know what the gacha basis sword states is or any of that stuff. It's like, what? What are you saying? Can you not see I'm confused enough as it is with this shit? All I need is to read a message that's slightly confusing, and that's it. Bread explodes. Bread is now ready to explode. Right, okay, let's just look at this. Actually, let me make sure that I deleted any previous debug.txt. Yeah, that was huge, probably from something before. So we're debugging something new now, and I need to keep an eye on the prize. Let's look for a jitter and press the space bar. There was one there, but it was a bit subtle. I just did it there. Okay, we got 3. There should be 3 jitters. Somewhere in here. Right. So somewhere above. Ah, shit. Oh, there's a ton of these as well, isn't there? We're running it on every hair chain. Yeah, I suppose we don't know which chain it is though, do we? Okay, yeah, what I need to do then, I need to, I don't know which. I don't know which hairpiece it's going to be either. Okay, I need to change that. I need to, instead say debug.txt, I need to say debug plus this dot name plus dot text, and that way I have a separate file for each control. There's no mono behavior on this. I can't do this dot name. How the hell are you supposed to do anything without mono behavior? I fucking hate AI. Let's make a class that's not mono behavior so that you go fucking crazy trying to do anything in it. I don't know how. What am I supposed to do now? I can't even get the name of the fucking game object because there is no fucking mono behavior on it. Can I get... No, because I don't have access to transform or anything. How the fuck am I supposed to know the name of the object then? I guess I'm not. This is so fucking awkward. Oh, I've got a headache as well. That's why I'm getting mad. Let me take a painkiller. So hard without a headache than now with a headache. Well, that's a real pain in my ass, to be honest. Because, like, now I can't separate each fucking hair strand into its own file, which makes it harder to know what the coordinates even are for. So how am I supposed to notice a jitter if I don't even know which object it's for? And I can't do an if this name because we don't have access to this name because we don't have mono behavior. Oh my fucking god, this is driving me insane. Can I not just make this a fucking mono behavior? I don't know why it didn't make it a mono behavior to begin with. There we go. Now it's a mono behavior. We can actually do stuff with it. Imagine if it just works and now it's a mono behavior. Like, the whole problem was that it wasn't a mono behavior. Okay. Press play. I am specifically looking... What's this? Bindings, throw helper exception. What? So making it a mono behavior breaks it. Why? Oh my god, I can't remember the last time. I can't remember the last time I got completely fucking owned by a fucking project like this. This is like going all the way back to fucking Scout Honor or something. Like, seriously. But the thing is, it's AI's fucking fault because AI wrote most of this bullshit fucking code that doesn't work. So, what can I do? Like, I didn't dig the hole that I'm in right now. AI kind of did. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. I really don't know what I'm supposed to do. If I can't have access to mono behavior and I can't identify which object this is running on, the only thing I could possibly do, I guess, would be to temporarily disable all but one bone, and then we know that we're looking at one bone's transforms. I am so fucking lost right now. Let me just close that, because the two things that we're debugging right now are these two files here, and I'm getting so lost. Doesn't help that my fucking head's killing me. Where is the debug? There it is. Okay. So I'm looking for hair chain class, which will be, yeah, we're not even doing bone motion now. What we're talking about, is it not called hair chain? What's it called then? It is called hair chain, so why the fuck isn't that bringing it up? What? What is happening? Hello, I'm looking for my hair chain class. Why aren't you showing them to me? So I don't have to go fucking hunting deep into 6,000 hierarchies. Why is that not working? Or do we add the component? Do we add the component dynamically? I don't know, it was so fucking long ago when I first fleshed out the fucking structure for it. Yeah, I bet we add this dynamically. Oh, wow. So I can't even do that. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. This is one of the deepest fucking holes I've ever been in. Wow. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What the fuck am I gonna do now then? Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna have to manually find it on each one. Like there's no other option. I mean, I could maybe fuck with the way that the way it's auto generating those things, but like that would just it's just not worth it. Right, we got 3 again. And the one I noticed it on would be her left tail or whatever it is. What is that called? This here. That's a fringe. Right, there it is. So the one I need to be looking at is SPHE hair 2 left. Oh boy. Oh, I love my life right now. We don't even know what it's called because we don't have mono behavior. But if it should have found on hair root. We can see object 2 on hair root, so in theory it should be this one, because it should add them in the order that they are in the inspector theoretically. Where it's saying that it has a parent transform, how the fuck did it get a parent transform if it doesn't have mono behavior? By saying transform it. So it can receive a transform from a script with mono behavior, but it can't have mono behavior of its own. I don't even understand how that works. Anyway, whatever. I don't even know how that works. This is genuinely like looking for a needle in a haystack. How the fuck am I supposed to get at the bottom of this? This is officially the biggest hole I've ever been in. This might be bigger than the holes I was in. This might even be worse than the climbing script in my Girl Scout game thing that I was making. Right. The first thing I need to do is find the first. Oh my god, this is genuinely killing me. This is actually killing me. This is actually gonna kill me. If you might see me die on stream here. I feel like it could happen. Like my soul and my spirit is definitely being crushed right now. A jerk was noticed here. So, right, okay. Wait. Wait. What the fuck is happening? I think I know what's happening. Wind offset seems to not have a colon next to it, which is making it, and neither is smooth. Little too late now, but still. Okay, I'm looking for anything that looks suspicious, but I don't even know what I'm looking for. But the thing I find a little bit weird is the wind offset seems strange, right? Because even though we're on jacket and we're on hair root, wait, is a wind, do they have like wind offset controls in the inspector or something? No. Oh, but they... Oh, I suppose, yeah, no, okay, I understand why. It's because the jacket has its own... The jacket has its own parent that controls and randomizes things, right? Because really, and I thought about this before, right? Really, there should be a global wind. So anything that is responding to the wind system. It doesn't make sense that wind would blow in one direction on the jacket and a different direction on the hair, unless you girls using a fucking hairdryer or something, right? Like, that doesn't really make sense. So genuinely, like, generally, if there is wind blowing in a specific direction, it should be the same direction for all. Now, that's not what's happening here, but that's because we're randomly rolling wind differently on the jacket than we are on the hair, and that's fine. I could globalize wind at some point if I wanted to, but I just thought for now it's fine. That's not the issue. I think the first thing I need to do is get rid of all these jacket roots. And I need to keep the blocks in. What is happening? What am I doing? I accidentally clicked that. I didn't fucking mean to click it, you piece of shit. Don't fuck me up any more than I already am. I'm already fucked beyond recognition. This is foobar as fuck. You're going to hear a lot of swearing during the stream, just warn you now. I probably shouldn't be streaming this live because this is literally my mental breakdown. But, oh, and now's a great time to remind everybody that even free-to-play online games should remain in a playable state for all of eternity, completely for free. Because Ross said so. Yeah. Okay, Ross, I'll get right on that. Because they think there's a magic button you can press that does that. Look how hard it is to get some wind to blow. You see how hard this is? Do you see how hard this is? Do you have any idea what you're asking? No, you don't. You haven't a clue. Not a fucking clue. Not a clue. And I love his comparison was seatbelts in cars. Well, people didn't want to put seatbelts in cars originally. They didn't want to pay the cost. But then eventually they made seatbelt machines and it wasn't that much of a problem. Or we'll make convert an online game into a single player game tool, shall we? Some magical tool that just automatically changes everything. No, you fucking idiot. How can you compare seatbelts? Just don't even get me started. Just don't. Anyway. Okay, I'm deleting a jacket root. Actually, we could probably exclude jacket root from the logs though. But it's kind of nice for now, I guess, because it lets me see where each block is. Because I need to look at a specific object. Is there not a way to identify? I just want one single object. Anyway, I'm not seeing anything suspicious in here at all, right? The strength is consistent. Gravity strength is consistent. Smooth is consistent. Wind phase is slowly going up, as you would expect. Like, there's nothing in the maths here that I can see that looks out of place. I don't know how many frames above it would have been. Maybe I just haven't seen it yet. This really is like looking for a needle in a haystack. And the best part is I'm choosing to do all this. Like, no one's forcing me to do this. I'm not getting paid for it. It's not my job. I don't have some boss demanding it of me. I'm choosing of my own volition to torture myself this way. I may as well have nipple clamps on and a cattle rod up my bottom, because it would probably be more comfortable than what I'm doing right now. The only thing I can think is, like, maybe if the wind offset changes. But wind phase doesn't work like that. Like, wind phase goes up and up and up and up and up, right? Like, it's not like it goes to 100% and then resets or anything like that. It just continues to go up. I think the way maybe it works is lerp relies on phase as almost like a stopwatch, right? So I think maybe the way it works is it kind of acts like delta time. But I still don't understand it, because, like, okay, let's say you do a lerp of 1 second. There's still going to be like a child phase based off of delta time, right? So you've got your delta timer that says it's a whatever. What are we looking at now? We're looking at 13.00601, right? So let's say it starts one on 13.00601. You've got a lerp that lasts 1 second, so you know that the phase is going to change at 14.00601. Well, then there's still a sub timer, if you will, that's calculated based off of that, right? And so let's say you're at 13.5 phase. Well, then you'd be 50% of your way through a 1 second lerp at that point. And if you change the offset at 50% of a 1 second lerp, wouldn't that result in a teleport? No, also it's not caused by wind offset anyway though, because when we turned wind strength down to 0, it could be caused. Could wind strength. That's definitely not wind. It's definitely not wind strength either. So if it's caused by gravity, the gravity axis is always the same. Then the gravity calculations aren't handled by anything that's pushed through to this function anyway. It must be happening as a calculation outside of the inputs that we're receiving in the function. It must handle its own internal calculations. So is there anything here that could suddenly change unexpectedly? I don't know, because I don't know what the fuck it's doing with these like original local rotations. Bones I is a list of bones, which I assume are the child bones along the chain. Original direction is parent rotation times original locale times vector 3 down. 2 gravity quaternion from to rotation original direction gravity world. Float T, which I assume is for transition, is a math envelope starting influence. That is sending influence down the chains. Quaternion gravity rotation is quaternion slope, quaternion identity, 2 gravity T. I mean, this is way beyond my fucking... I barely understand that. Gravity world rotation is gravity rotation times parent rotation times original locale. Gravity rotation. I don't understand what the fuck it's doing. Gravity rotation. Yeah, I can't even begin to understand what that line is doing. It's calculating a rotation. But how it's calculating the rotation, I've no fucking idea. I don't know what quaternion identity does. 2 gravity, I think we map that to the world down axis in the inspector. T, I assume, is a time transition float because it's declared in the line above. Times gravity strength is obviously how much strength we're adding to the loop. But then we convert it into a rotation of gravity world rotation, which is gravity rotation times parent rotation times original locale. Fuck me. Jesus. Quaternion target rotation is gravity world rotation times wind rotation. Current world rotations at position I is quaternion slope. Current world rotations at position I to target rotation smoothed. Bone dot rotation equals current world rotations at index I. That's all I can say of any of that. Like, I barely understand any of that. I couldn't even begin to fucking understand what the fuck is actually happening there. I mean, basically, it's what it's supposed to be doing is adding some gravity pull, right, to rotate down. So if the character tilts their head, the hair falls down more at the bottom and less at the top. And we're also adding wind strength to it all. Fuck. I need a break. I mean, it's just a shame, right? Because it's so fucking close. Like, it works. It's just something, and I have no idea what. But then again, like I say, I can barely understand these few lines here. Like, that's just like, what? Something could be completely fucked up there, and I wouldn't even know. Because, like I say, there's some things there that I don't even know what they do. I don't know what quaternion identity does. I don't know how 2 gravity is being calculated. Like, what does from to rotation mean? From this rotation to that rotation? Original direction? Parent rotation times original local? Like, yeah, I'm completely fucking... I have no clue. Not a clue. Not a fucking clue. So it's difficult to debug something that you can't understand. Rotations are an absolute fucking nightmare in Unity. They're probably the same in any 3D thing. I just, like, my brain cannot do rotations. It seems to be my biggest weakness. I really want to learn them. I really want to, like, understand them, but I've tried and tried and tried, and I cannot get my head around it. Haha, pun intended. I cannot rotate my head around it. It's just, it just destroys my brain whenever I try to figure it out. It's just like, it's way too insane. Yeah, rotations are definitely my Achilles heel, even still to this day. And it is something I really should, like, just headbutt a wall until I completely understand it. But, like, I've tried. It's just so difficult. And it's such a shame because this is so close to being perfect, but there's just some weird little jitter that's happening. Like, something's being, like... And it might not even be in this code. It could be something else, I don't know. Like, it could be one of the components or something that's causing, I don't know, a bone to unexpectedly reset or something. Like, who fucking knows? I have no idea. Not a clue. This code could be absolutely perfect for all I know. And the problem is happening elsewhere. Either way, I need to take a break. I mean, I look at this and everything looks, but I don't really, well, yeah, no, I mean, I do know what I'm looking at here, but I think the other problem is the issue isn't happening with any of these inputs anyway, I don't think, because these inputs are all about wind, and we saw by changing the randomized wind, where the hell is it? Wind strength. I've completely lost it. Where the fuck is it? change wind. Here it is. Wind depth offset roll from -3 to 3. Wind strength roll from 1 to 0. Yeah, if we turn, at least the last time I tested this, if we turn wind strength down to 0, right, which essentially should mean no more wind. Like, you know, there shouldn't be any wind influence in the mathematical calculations anymore. Yeah, we still get the jitter. We almost get the jitter even worse than before. We still get that little jitter. There it is. We still get it. So to me, that proves that the issue is with the, it's got to be with the gravity, well, it's either with the gravity calculations or, like I say, something else that's influencing the position of those bones. Now, I don't know what that something else could be. The only other thing that I could think it could be would be the animator, but number one, the animator doesn't have a grip on those bones because they've been remapped. Number two, I've temporarily disabled the animator. Well, it's not disabled, but it's not changing animations anymore. So I think it is disabled anyway, to be honest. And so all we're seeing is the bone motion rotation. Now the bone motion rotations don't rotate the hair bones. They don't rotate the jacket bones. They may rotate hair parents and jacket parents. I don't know if that would cause it, but it shouldn't. Okay, one final test, because that is a good point, actually. I need a wee as well. I need to be back in Auto Agent. I want a function that's going to disable bone motion completely. So I'm going to comment out, resume bone motions and return to base, so that we shouldn't get any bone motions either. And I am curious, do we get the jitter? If we don't get the jitter, then I guess it's caused by the rotation of the bones. Nope, we still get the jitter. Yeah, so we know 100%. Although her bones are still rotating though. Why are her bones rotating? Oh, because I never called that function. Wait. I never called that function. Wait. Oh yeah, I guess I turned wind off though, right? So that's kind of silly anyway, right? Yeah, I was going to say, well, we've got no jitters, but the reason we've got no jitters is because we've got no motion, but that makes sense, right? Because she's literally frozen solid and there's no wind. And we know the issue isn't caused by wind anywhere. That would be interesting though. Let's turn the wind back on and keep her frozen like that, just to make sure that wind is good. But yeah, so we know the issue is somewhere in that code, but it's like I say, you can't really fix something that you don't understand how it works. It's just I kind of have to. I have no choice, but I have two options, right? I could either study fucking rotations for the next 2 weeks or whatever until I can maybe start to grasp them and understand them, or I throw it back at AI and say, "Fix it, you motherfucker," and this is where I end up. Also, I don't want that anymore. So we're going to turn wind back on. Roll from 2 to 10 on wind. And if we get no jitters, then we know 1,000,000,000%, but I kind of already knew that the problem is in the way gravity. Yep, smooth as silk. The problem is in our gravity system that is trying to rotate the hair with respect to its parents and with the influence of gravity. Smooth as silk. Yeah, so 1,000,000,000%, we've got all the evidence we could possibly ask for. The jitter is caused by the gravity calculations. 1,000,000,000%. 1,000,000,000,000,000%. Which makes me feel a little bit better because, like, that's just, if we could fix that one thing, then we're golden. Our wind system works, our bone rotation works, our pause shifting works, our facial expressions, blinking, like everything else is perfect. The tail wagging, everything is perfect except the gravity influence on the hair. So I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go take a pee. I might jump in the shower. And yeah, I think my next move is just to rip that gravity out completely. It's a shame because actually this makes me wonder now. Because the thing I don't like, do you remember when, I don't know, probably no one's paying attention to this and I don't blame you, to be honest. I'm barely paying attention myself. But there was a point where AI was like, ooh, let's combine. It was like, let's combine wind and gravity into one function. Yeah, oh boy. I really wish it didn't do that right now, because it's gravity that's fucked and wind is fine. But it may also have been true. No, even this backup had update chain. I mean, we can see which parts of gravity though, right? It says here gravity influence, gravity influence. So our problem has to lie somewhere from here, which is not that many lines of code when you think about it. Oh, it's so nice when it's smooth and so smooth like that. This is what I need. I just need that smoothness. Okay, so like I say, we know our problem lies somewhere between this line and this line. It's like 6 lines of code. It's literally 4, 5, 6. It's 7 lines of code. That could also be playing a part in it as well, to be fair. But we know this is good because that's wind. I don't know about this declaration of gravity. So we know for a fact that the jittering is happening due to something in here. But the ironic thing about that is that's the part I least understand, right? That's like just it explodes. But maybe if I start from the beginning, I think that's sometimes the best thing to do, is have a fresh conversation with GPT at some point and just say, oi. It gave me, to be fair, it gave me a script. I have a script in here that I used on Miku's pigtails. I have a script in here called Pigtails, and that kind of tried to do a similar thing, and I think that one worked pretty well. So maybe I'll try to use, there it is, gravity strength. That also had wind on it as well. Imagine if this one just works and I had it the whole time. But there you go, apply gravity and wind. It's doing, this is a similar system, right? And I think that one worked pretty good actually. So maybe I can rip parts of this out and try and, I don't know. I don't know though, because this one's changing local Euler angles. Or maybe that's the solution. Maybe that's the solution. I can have a look at that. Anyway, I need to take a break now though. I'm gonna forget that that's not the one I'm working on, so let me just pop that out so I don't get confused. Otherwise, by the time I come back to it, I'll be like, what is this? I'm gonna leave it there. It's so frustrating because it's so close. Just need to fix that gravity bit, and once that gravity bit's smooth and good, then that's it. I feel really good about this thing. Alright, I'll leave it there. Bye.